My father's family name being Philip, and my Christian name, Philip, my infant tongue could make of both names nothing longer or more explicit than Pip. So I called myself Pip, and came to be called Pip.
Keep still, you little devil, or I'll cut your throat.
No, sir, no.
Tell us your name. Quick.
Pip. Pip, sir. Sir.
Show us where you live. Point out the place.
There, sir. There. Oh. 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 Oh.
Now, where's your mother?
There, sir. No, sir. There, sir. Also Georgiana. That's my mother.
Ah. And is that your father along with your mother?
Yes, sir. Him too. Late of this parish.
Ah. And who do you live with? Supposing you're kindly let to live, which I ain't made up my mind about yet.
With my sister, sir. Mrs. Joe Gargery. Wife of Joe Gargery the blacksmith.
Blacksmith, eh? Now look at here. Do you know what a file is?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what whittles is?
Yes, sir. Food, sir.
Then you get me a file and you get me whittles, or I'll have your heart and liver out.
If you'll kindly let me keep upright, sir, perhaps I shouldn't be sick and perhaps I could attend more.
Now you bring that file and them whittles to me in this churchyard tomorrow morning early.
Yes, sir.
And never dare to say a word of having seen such a person as me.
No, sir.
If you do, your heart and liver will be tore out and roasted and ate. There's a young man hid with me, and in comparison with him, I'm an angel. That young man has a secret way of getting at a boy and at his liver. Boy may lock his door, may be warm in bed, but that young man will softly creep his way to him and tear him open. Say, heaven strike you dead if you don't.
Heaven strike me dead if I don't.
Now you know what you promised, young man. Get off home.
Good night, sir. Hello, Joe.
Mrs. Joe's been out a dozen times looking for you, Pip. She's out again now, making it a baker's dozen.
She?
And what's worse, she's got Tickler with her, Pip. She got up, she made a grab at Tickler, and she rampaged out, Pip. She rampaged out. She's a-coming. Get behind the door, old chap, and get the towel betwixt you.
You young... Get out! now then. Where have you been?
I've only been to the churchyard.
Churchyard, indeed. You'd have been in the churchyard long ago if it hadn't been for me, and stayed there. It's bad enough being a blacksmith's wife without having to be a second mother to you. Churchyard, indeed. You'll be having me in the churchyard one of these days, keeping me on the rampage with my poor art. Get to the table. Both of you.
Listen. Was that great guns, Joe?
Yes, there's another convict off.
What does that mean?
Oh, escaped.
There was one escaped last night. They fired a warning of him. This must be a second one.
Where does the firing come from?
Drat the boy. Ask no questions. You'll be told no lies.
Mrs. Joe, I should like to know, if you wouldn't much mind, where the firing comes from.
Bless the boy, from the hulks, of course.
Oh, hulks. And please, what's hulks?
There you go. That's the way with this boy. Answer him one question and he'll ask you a dozen. Hulks are prison ships right across the marshes.
I wonder who's put in prison ships and why they're put in there.
People are put into prison ships because they murder and because they forge and rob and do all sorts of bad things. And they always start by asking too many questions. Now get on with your supper. Get off to bed.
May be warm in bed. He may pull the clothes over his head, but that young man will softly creep his way to him and tear him open. Wake up, Mrs. Joe. Wake up. Mrs. Joe, wake up.
You're a thief, Pip.
Every parent knows when it's time to go into protect mode. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of illness-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
I have a personal stylist, and you can too. My Stitch Fix online stylist really gets me. I share my style, size, and budget, and they do the shopping. How I want, when I want. Updating my wardrobe is so easy. My stylist sends me the most amazing pieces, unique brands and styles I never would have tried on my own. I keep what
You'll be sent to the hulks.
With somebody else's brandy.
With somebody else's pile.
Somebody else's pork pie. Stop him!
Hello, young thief.
I couldn't help it, sir. Sir?
You brought no one with you?
No, sir.
Now give no one the word to follow you.
No, sir.
What's in the bottle, boy?
Brandy. I think you got the ague, sir.
Oh, I'm much of your opinion, boy.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Hmm?
I said I'm glad you enjoy it.
Thank you, boy. I do.
Aren't you going to leave any of it for him?
Him? Who's him?
The young man you spoke of.
Oh, him. Oh, he don't want no food.
He looked as if he did.
Looked? When?
Just now.
Where?
Over there.
Did you notice anything about him?
He had a big scar on his face.
No, not here.
Yes, there.
Give us hold of that file, boy.
If you're not wanting me, sir, we have company for dinner, and my sister will be up early.
Thank you, boy, thank you.
This boy ought to be truly grateful, ma'am, for the princely dinner you've set before him.
Do you hear what Uncle Pumblechook says? Be grateful.
Why is it the young are never grateful?
Naturally vicious.
Now, to finish with, I want you all to taste a delicious, delightful gift from Uncle Pumblechook. It's a pie. A savoury pork pie.
A savoury
pork pie.
Let's have a cut of this pie, Mrs. Doe, and we'll try to do it justice.
Clean plates, cold.
I always say a bit of savoury pork pie will lay atop of anything you may care to mention and do no harm.
What's the matter, boy?
Nothing, sir.
I should think not. Enjoying yourself with your elders and betters? Improving yourself with their conversation?
Now then, son, where do you think you're off to? Oh, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm on a chase in the name of the king. I want the blacksmith.
And what might you want him for, pray?
Mrs., speaking for myself, I should reply, for the honour and pleasure of his fine wife's acquaintance. Speaking for the king, I answer, a little job done. You see, blacksmith, we've had an accident with these, and as they're wanted for immediate service, will you throw your eye over them?
Convicts, Sergeant?
Aye, 2. Have you seen anything of them?
Heavens preserve us, no.
We haven't seen
No.
them. No.
Well, we'll find them. Shoulder up! Left 10! Platoon, march!
If that boy comes back here with his head blown to bits by a musket, don't look to me to put it together again.
I hope we don't find them, Joe.
I'd give a shilling if they had cut and run, Pip. Come on.
Convicts escaping!
Come on!
Help! This way! Help! Convicts escaping!
Don't forget, I took him. I give him up to you. Don't forget that.
He tried to murder me.
Me tried to murder him? I kept him from getting off these marshes. I could have got clear. Then I discovered he was here. I let him go free to make a fool of me again. Let me go. Let me go.
Make ready. Present. Fire! Hand. You're expected on board. Come on. Light those torches. Get aboard, you. Torch
I wish to say something respecting this escape. It may prevent some persons laying under suspicion along me.
What is it?
I took some food from the blacksmith near the village, over yonder. It was a dram of liquor and a pie.
You happen to have missed such an article as a pie, blacksmith?
Well, my wife did the very moment you came in.
Oh, so you're the blacksmith, are you? Then I'm sorry to say I've eat your pie.
Oh, you're welcome to it as far as ever it were mine. We don't know what you've done, but we wouldn't have you starved to death for it, poor miserable fellow creature, would us, Pip?
Give way, you. Cast off there.
It was a year later.
Ain't grateful this day, he never will be. But it's only to be hoped he won't be pampered.
Not by Miss Havisham, ma'am. She knows better.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in
Do you know who Miss Havisham is?
Yes.
Who?
She's the strange lady in the large house.
But she's mad, ain't she?
She may be mad, but she's rich enough to make the boy's fortune. She wants him to go and play there. And he'd better play there, or else I'll work him.
Well, wonder how she comes to know our Pip.
Oh, Laura mussy me. Here I stand talking to me a moon calves, and Uncle Pumblechook waiting, and that boy grimed with dirt from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Oh.
Ring the bell, boy.
What name?
Pumblechook.
Quite right.
Can you read the time, boy?
Yes, sir. 3:15.
Punctual to the minute. Let it be a lesson to you.
This is Pip.
So this is Pip, is it? Come in, Pip. Oh, do you wish to see Miss Havisham?
If Miss Havisham wishes to see me...
Ah, but you see she doesn't. Come along, boy.
Your clock stopped, miss. It should say 3:15.
Don't loiter, boy. Come along, boy. Take your hat off. This door, boy.
After you, miss.
Don't be silly. I'm not going in.
Come in. Who is it?
Pitman.
Pip,
Mr. Pumblechook's boy. Come to play.
come nearer. Let me look at you. Come close. Look at me. You're not afraid of a woman who has never seen the sun since you were born.
No.
Do you know what I touch? Here?
Your heart.
Broken. I sometimes have sick fancies. And I have a fancy I should like to see someone play. 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 Estella, come here. Your own, one day, my dear. And you will use it well. Let me see you play cards with this boy.
With this boy? But he is a common labouring boy. And look at his boots.
Well, you can break his heart.
What do you play, boy?
Only begging my neighbour, miss.
Beggar him.
4 for the ace.
1 for a jack.
He calls the knaves jacks, this boy. And what coarse hands he has. You stupid, clumsy, labouring boy.
She says many hard things of you, but you say nothing of her. What do you think of her?
I don't like to say.
Tell me in my ear.
I think she's very proud.
Anything else?
I think she's very pretty.
Anything else?
I think she's very insulting.
Anything else?
I think I should like to go home now.
And never see her again, though she is so pretty.
I'm not sure that I wouldn't like to see her again, but I think I'd like to go home now.
You shall go home soon. Play the game out.
Wait here, boy. Why don't you cry?
So I don't want to.
You do. You've been crying, and you're near crying now.
Long after I'd gone to bed that night, I thought of Estella, and how common she would consider Joe, a mere blacksmith. I thought how he and my sister were sitting in the kitchen, and how Miss Havisham and Estella never sat in a kitchen, but were far above the level of such common things. The following week,
Would come this way today, boy.
Well, I'm sure. What next? Dear.
Well?
Well, miss?
Am I pretty?
Yes, I think you're very pretty.
Am I insulting?
No, not so much so as you were last time.
Not so much so.
No.
There, take that, you coarse little monster. What do you think of me now?
I shan't tell you.
Because you're going to tell upstairs, is that it?
No, it's not it.
Why don't you cry again, you little wretch?
I'll never cry for you again.
In there, boy.
So the days have worn away, have they?
Yes, ma'am. Today's...
There. I know nothing of days of the week, nothing of weeks of the year. Do you know what that is? There?
I can't guess what it is, ma'am.
It's a great cake. A bride cake. Mine. On this day of the year, long before you were born, this heap of decay was brought here. It and I have worn away together. Mice have gnawed at it. And sharper teeth than teeth of mice have gnawed at me. There. Walk me. Walk me, walk me.
Dear Miss Havisham. Good morning, Miss
Morning, Miss Havisham.
How well you look.
I do not look well, Sarah Pocket. I'm yellow skin and bone. Those Pip are my relations. The Pockets. They are very particularly interested in my health. So once a year, on my birthday, I summon them to visit me. There. Pip, my dear, run into the garden and play. Estella will tell you when to come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, young fellow.
Hello.
Who gave you leave to prowl about?
Miss Estella.
Come on, fight. Oh, stop a minute there. I ought to give you a reason for fighting, too. There it is. Come on. Are you satisfied with the ground?
Quite satisfied, thank you.
Good. Ready?
Ready?
That means you've won.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm quite all right.
Good afternoon, then.
Same to you. Boy!
Yes, miss?
You may kiss me if you like. Now you ought to go home.
Three months later, my sister became ill and was laid to rest in the churchyard on the marshes. The occasion was marked for me not so much by the passing of Mrs. Joe as by the arrival of Biddy. Very soon she became a trusted friend to both of us and a blessing to the household.
Biddy, I want you to help me.
Don't I help you, Pip?
Oh, yes. You help me a lot with my letters and figures. But this is a secret.
Oh? What is it?
Biddy.
Yes?
Biddy, I want to be a gentleman.
A gentleman? Oh, I wouldn't if I was you, Pip. I don't think it would answer.
Biddy, I have a particular reason for wanting to be a gentleman.
Well, you know best, Pip, but don't you think you're happy as you are?
I'm not happy as I am. I'm coarse and common.
Coarse and common, are you, Pip? Who said so?
Beautiful young lady at Miss Havisham's. And I want to be a gentleman on her account.
Whom have we here?
A boy.
Boy of the neighborhood, eh?
Yes, sir.
How do you come here?
Miss Havisham sent for me, sir.
Well, behave yourself. I've a pretty large experience of boys, and you're a bad lot of fellows. Now, mind you behave yourself.
Yes, sir.
Take this in there, boy.
Yes, miss.
From this moment, I entered upon the regular occupation of pushing Miss Havisham in her chair. As we began to be more used to one another, Miss Havisham talked more to me and asked me such questions as what I'd learnt and what I was going to be. Estella was always there and always let me in and out, but never told me I might kiss her again. Sometimes she would coldly tolerate me, and other times she told me energetically,
I hate you.
My admiration of her knew no bounds, and scarce a night went by without my falling asleep with the image of her pretty face before my eyes. One day,
Does she grow prettier and prettier, Pip?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
There, there. That's all till next time.
Miss Havisham, I can't come next time.
This is sad news, Pip. Why not?
Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm 14.
Oh, and you start your apprenticeship with a blacksmith, do you not?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
Why so glum, Pip? Are you not excited by your new venture?
I used to think I would be, but I'm not now.
Pip, here are some golden sovereigns. A gift from me.
Thank you, Miss Havisham.
Do with them what you please. You've earned them well.
Thank you.
Come and see me on your next birthday.
Yes, Miss Havisham.
Estella, show him out.
Goodbye, Miss Havisham.
Goodbye, Pip.
You'd better say goodbye to me, because I'm going away too.
Going away?
Yes. I'm going to France to be educated for a lady.
Be educated for a lady?
Yes. Well, aren't you sorry I'm going?
Yes, Estella. I'm very sorry. I wish I knew when you were coming back. But I wish...
What do you wish?
I wish I could kiss you goodbye.
My boyhood had ended, and my life as a blacksmith began. It was in the 6th year of my apprenticeship, and it was a Friday night.
Are you the blacksmith by name Joseph or Joe Gargery?
Yes, sir.
Have you an apprentice commonly known as Pip? Is he here?
I'm Pip, sir.
Ah. So you are Pip?
Yes, sir.
My name is Jaggers. I'm a lawyer in London. I wish to have a private conference with you two. We'd better go into the house. Now, Joseph Gargery, I am the bearer of an offer to relieve you of this young fellow, your apprentice. You would not object to cancel his apprenticeship for his own good, at his own request?
Sure feel.
You would want nothing for so doing?
Heaven forbid I should want anything for not standing in Pip's way.
Very well, then. I come now to this young fellow. And my communication to him is that he has great expectations. I am instructed to communicate to him that he will come into a handsome property. Further, that it is the desire of the present possessor of that property that he shall be immediately removed from his present sphere of life and from this place and be brought up as befits a young gentleman of great expectations. Now, Mr. Pip, you are to understand first that it is at the request of the person from whom I take my instructions that you always bear the name of Pip. If you have any objection, now is the time to mention it.
I have no objection.
I should think not, indeed. Secondly, Mr. Pip, you are to understand that the name of the person who is your liberal benefactor is to remain a profound secret until that person chooses to reveal it. If you have any suspicion whom that person might be, keep that suspicion within your own breast. If you have any objection, now is the time to mention it. Speak out.
I have no objection.
And now, Mr. Pip, kindly consider me your guardian.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I tell you at once, I'm well paid for my services, otherwise I shouldn't render them. I have arranged for you to go to London in a week's time. You will need some new clothes. They should not be working clothes. 20 guineas. Well, Joseph Gargery, you look dumbfounded.
I am.
Then good night, Mr. Gargery. Good night, Pip.
Good night, sir. Pip, a young gentleman of great expectations. Biddy!
This is a very gay figure, Pip.
I start for London tomorrow, Miss Havisham, and I thought you would kindly not mind my taking leave of you.
Well?
I've come into such good fortune since I saw you last, Miss Havisham, and I'm so grateful for it.
I've seen Mr. Jaggers, Pip. I've heard about it. So you go tomorrow?
Yes, Miss Havisham.
And you are adopted by a rich person. Not named.
No, Miss Havisham.
And Mr. Jaggers is made your guardian.
Yes, Miss Havisham. Is,
abroad.
Stella...
Prettier than ever, and admired by all who see her. And you too have a promising career before you. Be good and deserve it, Pip.
Yeah.
You will always keep the name of Pip, you know.
Yes, Miss Havisham.
Goodbye, Pip.
Well, bye, Joe. God bless you, dear old Pip. God bless you. Bye, Biddy.
Bye, Pip.
One day I'll come and see you in London, Pip. And then, what larks, eh? Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, big old chap. Excuse me, please. Is Mr. Jaggers at home?
He's not. He's in court at present. Am I addressing Mr. Pip?
Yes, I'm Mr. Pip.
Mr. Jaggers left word would you wait in his room. Come this way, please. He couldn't say how long he might be, but it stands to reason his time being valuable, he won't be longer than he can help. Go and wait outside, Mike.
Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting.
Oh, certainly not. Oi! Your first time in London, Mr. Pip?
Yes, sir.
I was new here once. Rum to think of it now.
Whose likeness is that?
That? Oh, this is our most famous client. Got us a world of credit. This chap murdered his master. Didn't plan it badly.
Is it like him?
Like him? It is him, you know. This cast was made in Newgate, directly after he was taken down.
Oh, your man comes on this afternoon. Have you got the witness?
Yes, Mr. Jaggers.
Wait here.
Mr. Pip's here.
Good. Ah, so you've arrived safely, Mr. Pip. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Jaggers.
Now, we can soon settle you. Wemmick, Mr. Pip's file. Wemmick here will conduct you to a Mr. Herbert Pocket's rooms in Barnard's Inn, where you will live. Oh, sit down, Mr. Pip, sit down. Mr. Pocket will be able to give you a good lead as to the places in London with which you shall become acquainted. I take it that is agreeable?
Yes, Mr. Jaggers.
Next, money. Your allowance will be £250 per annum, which means that you will draw from Wemmick here the sum of £62, 10 shillings per quarter. A very handsome sum of money, too, I think. You consider it so?
How could I do otherwise?
But answer the question.
Undoubtedly, Mr. Jaggers.
Good. Get out! Now, here is a list of the tradespeople with whom you may run up an account. Wemmick, take Mr. Pip round to Barnard's Inn.
Yes, sir.
I shall check the bills and pull you up if I find you getting on too well. Of course, you'll go wrong somehow,
yes,
but that's no fault of mine. Goodbye and good luck, Mr. Pip.
Goodbye,
Mike!
Mr. Wemmick, I don't quite know what to make of Mr. Jaggers.
Oh, we don't mean that you should know what to make of him. Deep, that's what he is, as Australia.
Who was that he shouted at so fiercely in the office?
Oh, that was his housekeeper, name of Molly. He got her off on a murder charge.
Murder? Isn't he frightened of having her about?
Not him. When you come to see us again, take a good look at her.
Shall I see anything very uncommon?
You'll see a wild beast tamed. Keep your eye on it. Here we are. Mr. Pocket's on the first floor. You don't want me anymore?
No, thank you, Mr. Wemmick.
As I keep the cash, we shall most likely meet pretty often. Oh, well, very glad I'm sure to make your acquaintance. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Mr. Pip?
Mr. Pocket?
Oh, dear me, I'm extremely sorry. But the fact is, I've been out on your account, for I thought, coming from the country, you might like a little fruit. And I went to Covent Garden Market to get it good.
Well, thank you. It's very nice of you. Can I take the parcels?
It sticks, you know. Pray come in. Now, this is the sitting room. Rather musty, but Barnard's is musty. I'm afraid I'm rather bare here. Now, that's my little bedroom, and this is your room. Come in.
Oh, it's very nice.
The furniture's specially hired for the occasion.
Oh, I hope that...
Dear me, I beg your pardon. You're holding the fruit all this time. I feel quite ashamed. You'll be very quiet here, and we shall be alone together. But I dare say we shan't fight.
Fight? Fight? I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. You're the pale young gentleman from Miss Havisham's.
Bless me, and you are the prowling boy. The idea of it's being you.
For the idea of it's being you.
I hope you've forgiven me for having knocked you about so.
Oh, of course.
You hadn't come into your good fortune at that time, had you?
No.
I was rather on the lookout for a good fortune then.
Indeed?
If Miss Havisham had taken a liking to me, I suppose I should have been provided for. Perhaps even I should have been engaged to Estella. But I didn't care much for it. She's a tartar.
Who? Miss Havisham?
I don't say no to that, but I meant Estella. You know she was adopted and brought up by Miss Havisham to wreak revenge on all the male sex.
Wreak revenge on all the male sex? What revenge?
Heavens, Mr. Pip, I thought you knew.
No.
Dear me, it's quite a story and should be saved till dinner time. Shall I take your stick?
Oh, thank you.
And your hat?
Oh. Herbert.
Yes, my dear Pip.
As I've been brought up a blacksmith, I take it as a great kindness if you'd give me a hint when I go wrong in my manners.
With pleasure, though. I should guess you'd need very few hints.
Thank you very much. Now, please tell me more of Miss Havisham.
Ah, yes, Miss Havisham. But let me introduce the topic by pointing out that in London it's not the custom to put the knife in the mouth, for fear of accidents. It's scarcely worth mentioning, only it's as well to do as other people do.
Oh, I must apologize. Thank you
Not at
very
all,
much.
I'm sure. Now, Miss Havisham was an heiress, and as you may well suppose, was looked upon as a great match. Well, one day there appeared upon the scene a certain man. I never saw him, for this was 25 years ago. He pursued her closely and professed to be devoted to her, and there's no doubt that she fell passionately in love with him, which brings me to the cruel part of the story. Merely breaking off to remark, my dear Pip, that it's not usually considered necessary to fill the mouth to its utmost capacity.
Oh, very sorry. I was so interested.
Not at all, I'm sure. The marriage day was arranged, the wedding dresses were bought, the wedding guests were invited. The day came, but not the bridegroom. He wrote a letter.
Which she received when she was dressing for her marriage at 20 minutes to 9.
Exactly.
So that was why she stopped the clocks.
Yes. And when she'd recovered from a bad illness, she laid the whole place waste, as you've seen it, and has never since looked upon the light of day.
Herbert, you said that Estella was not related to Miss Havisham, but only adopted. When adopted?
There's always been an Estella since I've heard of a Miss Havisham. I know no more. So, Pip, all I know of Miss Havisham, you know. Well, let's change to brighter prospects. Let's drink to London. And a very happy future.
To London. And a very happy future.
3, 4. Now all together, Mr. Pip. That's right. That's better. Much better. Enjoy yourself.
Ready?
Ready. Forgive me, Herbert.
Carry on, Pip. Carry on.
And so, if I could buy some new furniture and perhaps one or two other little things, I think I could be quite at home at Barnard's Inn.
Do it. I knew you'd get on. How much do you want?
£20?
Webbeck! Well, Pip, I should say you were at home.
Herbert,
Yes,
we've done very badly.
very badly.
Thank heaven for my birthday.
morning, Mr. Pip. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Pip. Good morning.
Congratulations, Mr. Pip.
Thank you, Mr. Wemmick.
Come in. Mr. Pip, sir.
Come in. 21, eh, Pip? I must call you Mr. Pip today. Congratulations, Mr. Pip.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggers.
Sit down. Now, my young friend, I'm going to have a word with you.
If you please, sir.
What do you suppose you are living at the rate of?
At the rate of, Mr. Jaggers?
The rate of.
I'm afraid I'm unable to answer.
I thought so. Now, I've asked you a question, my friend. Have you anything to ask me?
Oh, well, of course it would be a great relief to ask you several questions, Mr. Jaggers, if it were not forbidden.
Ask one.
Is my benefactor to be made known to me today?
No. Ask another.
Well, I was just wondering if I had anything to receive.
I thought we should come to that. Wemmick! Mr. Pip, you have been spending pretty freely of late, and you're in debt, of course.
I'm afraid I must say yes, sir.
You know you must say yes, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Wemmick, hand Mr. Pip that piece of paper. Now, unfold it and tell me what it is.
This is a banknote for £500.
That is a banknote for £500. And at the rate of that handsome sum of money per annum, and at no higher rate, you are to live until your benefactor appears.
Will it still be years hence, Mr. Jaggers?
When that person discloses, you and that person will settle your own affairs. My part of the business will cease. That's all I have to say. Wemmick, show Mr. Pip out.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggers.
My dear Mr. Pip, Mr. Gargery is going to London and will be glad if you are agreeable to be allowed to see you. He will call Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. We talk of you in the kitchen every night and wonder what you are saying and doing. No more, dear Mr. Pip, from your ever obliged and affectionate servant, Biddy.
As I watched Joe that Tuesday morning, dressed grotesquely in a new suit, let me confess that if I could have kept him away by paying money, I certainly would have paid money. In trying to become a gentleman, I had succeeded in becoming a snob. Joe. How are you, Joe?
Pip. How are you, Pip?
Come in, Joe. Well, Joe, I am...
Prepare to have your mind blown.
to see you.
Pip, dear old chap, you've growed and you've swelled, and you gentlefolk has to be sure you're an honour to your king and country.
And you, Joe, look wonderfully well. Give me your hat. Oh, Herbert, this is Mr. Joe Gargery. Joe, Mr. Herbert Pocket.
How do you do, Mr. Gargery?
Oh, sir. Herbert, this is Mr.
Won't
Joe
you sit
Gargery.
down?
Joe, Mr.
Thank you
Herbert
kindly,
Pocket.
sir. How do you do, Mr. Gargery?
Oh, sir. Herbert, this is Mr.
Won't
Joe
you sit
Gargery.
down?
Joe,
Thank
Mr.
you
Herbert
kindly.
Pocket.
Will you take tea or coffee, Mr. Gargery?
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. I'll take whichever is most agreeable to yourself.
What do you say to coffee?
Thank you kindly, sir. since you are so good as to make choice of coffee, I'll not run contrary to your opinions. But don't you find that rather heating?
Say tea, then. Pip, if Mr. Gargery will excuse me, I will go down to the porter's lodge to fetch the morning's letters.
Thank you kindly, sir. Us two being now alone, sir.
Joe, how can you call me sir?
Us two being now alone, Pip, I will mention what have led to me having the present honour. Miss Havisham have recently sent for me.
Miss Havisham, Joe?
Would you tell Mr. Pip, she said, that I wish to see him at once, for I have something most particular to disclose to him.
I see.
Well, I have now concluded, sir, and Pip, I wish you ever well and ever prospering to a greater and greater height.
But you're not going now, Joe.
Yes, I am.
Well, you'll be coming back to dinner.
Oh, no, Pip, old chap. You and me is not two figures to be together in London. I'm wrong in these clothes, Pip. I'm wrong out of the forge and out of the kitchen off the marshes.
But, Joe...
You won't find half so much fault with me if you think of me as Joe the blacksmith. So, God bless you, dear old Pip, old chap. God bless you.
All that day, Joe's simple dignity filled me with reproach. And next morning I began the journey to our town, knowing that I should sleep that night at the forge. But as the miles went by, I became less convinced of this, and invented reasons and excuses for not doing so.
Joe, Pip's here.
Oh, we didn't expect you, Pip.
Pip, your bed's not ready.
We thought for certain you'd be staying in the town.
You must stay in the town.
Gentlemen, always stay at the Blue Boar.
Blue Boar, Rochester!
All other swindlers upon earth are nothing to the self-swindlers. And with such pretenses did I cheat myself. Surely a curious thing.
Come in, Pip. How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Havisham?
You kiss my hand as if I were a queen. Well?
I thought that you were so kind as to wish to see me, Miss Havisham.
Well?
Estella!
Well, Pip?
Stella, this is an unexpected pleasure. I didn't think to find you here.
You two must have a lot to say to each other. Go out into the garden, both of you, and walk and talk together.
I must have been a strange little creature to hide and watch you fight that day. But I did, and I enjoyed it very much.
You rewarded me very much.
Did I?
Don't you remember?
I remember I entertained a great objection to your opponent. I took it ill that he should be brought here to pester me with his company.
He and I are great friends now.
Are you? I imagine that since your change of fortune, you have naturally changed your companions.
Oh, yes, naturally. Do you remember the first time I came here? The time you made me cry?
Did I? I don't remember.
Not remember you made me cry?
You meant nothing to me. Why should I remember? You must know, Pip, I have no heart. Perhaps that's why I have no memory.
No one looking at you could believe that.
Oh, I have a heart to be stabbed at or shot at, but you know what I mean. There's no sympathy there, no softness, no sentiment. If we're to be thrown much together, you had better believe that at once.
I can't believe it, Estella.
Very well. It's said at any rate. But remember how I've been brought up, and don't expect too much of me. Come, Pip. You shall not shed tears for my cruelty today. We'll go just once more round the garden and then go in. Miss Havisham will be expecting you at your old post.
Is she beautiful? Graceful, well grown? Do you admire her, Pip?
Everyone must who sees her, Miss Havisham.
She is going to London soon, and you shall meet her there.
I shall be the happiest man in London, Miss Havisham.
Love her. If she favors you, love her. If she tears your heart to pieces, love her.
I adopted her to be loved. I developed her into...
As punctual as ever, Jaggers.
As punctual as ever. How do you do, Pip? And what are you doing here?
Miss Havisham wished me to see Estella, Mr. Jaggers.
Ah, a fine young lady. Shall I give you a ride, Miss Havisham? Once round. A very fine young lady, Pip.
Estella.
Pip!
How nice to see you, Estella.
My lesson from Miss Havisham is this. There are 2 Richmonds, one in Surrey and one in Yorkshire. Mine is the Surrey Richmond. The distance is 10 miles. I am to have a carriage and you're to take me there. Here is my purse.
No.
No, you must take it. We are not free to follow our own devices, you and I.
The carriage is ordered for half an hour from now, and tea is ordered to while away that half hour. Does that please milady?
The tea will please her greatly.
Why are you going to Richmond, Estella?
I'm going to live, at a great expense, with a lady there who has the power, or says she has, of taking me about and introducing me and showing people to me and showing me to people.
You'll have a gay time and be much admired. You must look forward to that, Estella.
It's part of Miss Havisham's plan for me, Pip. I shan't take any great pleasure in events which I don't shape, but I shall be beautiful, and I shall be gay, I shall be obedient, and I shall write regularly of my gaiety.
Will you always be part of Miss Havisham's plan, Estella?
And do you thrive with Mr. Pocket, Pip?
Yes, indeed. We've left Barnard's Inn and moved to the Temple.
Oh?
I live quite pleasantly there. At least...
At least?
As pleasantly as I could anywhere. Away from you. All through that summer, I saw a great deal of Estella, and I was very happy, until I realized, somewhat uncomfortably, that she had many admirers. It was not until the winter that fate threw her in the way of Bentley Drummle. Tired, Estella?
Rather, Pip.
You should be.
Say rather I should not be. For I still have my letter to Miss Havisham to write before I go to bed.
Recounting tonight's triumph? Surely a very poor one, Estella.
I don't know what you mean. I didn't know there'd been any.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen.
This is our dance, Estella.
Pray take your places.
Thanksgiving is an institution here.
Sir John Carver, Master.
First governor of New Plymouth Colony.
Stella, look at Drummle. He never takes his eyes off you.
Why should I look at him? Is there anything in Drummle I need to look at?
That's what I want to ask you. He's been hovering about you for weeks.
Moths and all sorts of ugly creatures hover about a lighted candle. Can the candle help it?
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, pray take your partners for the Spanish polka.
Everybody dislikes him, you must know that. There's nothing to recommend him but money and a ridiculous row of addle-headed ancestors. It makes me wretched to see you encourage him.
Does it?
You give him looks and smiles such as you never give to me.
Do you want me then to deceive and entrap you?
Do you deceive and entrap him, Estella?
Yes, and many others. All of them but you.
Want?
Mr. Pip.
I'm Mr. Pip. What's your business?
My business? Ah, yes, I'll explain my business by your leave.
Do you wish to come in?
Yes, I wish to come in, Master.
Now perhaps you will explain your visit.
It's disappointing to a man after having looked forward so distant and come so far. Oh, but you're not to blame for that.
What do you mean?
I'll speak in half a minute. Give me half a minute, please. There's no one nigh, is there?
Why do you ask that question?
You're a gayman. I'm glad you growed up a gayman.
Now I know who you are. The churchyard. The churchyard on the marshes. You're the convict I gave the food to.
You acted nobly, my boy. Noble, Pip, and I've never forgot it.
If you're grateful to me for what I did when I was a child, and you've come to thank me for it, there's no need. However, since you've found me out, will you drink something before you go?
Yes, I will drink, I thank you, before I go.
I hope you won't think that I spoke harshly to you just now. I had no intention of doing it, and I'm very sorry for it if I did. I wish you well and happy. How have you been living?
I've been a sheep farmer, way in the New World, in New South Wales.
I hope you've done well.
I've done wonderful well. I'm famous for it.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear it.
I hope to hear you say so, dear boy. But you've done well too, eh?
Yes, I've done quite well.
May I make so bold as to ask how you've done well since you and me was out in those lone, shivering marshes?
How?
Oh.
Yes, I've been chosen to succeed to some property.
Might me a varmint ask what property?
I don't know.
Might me a varmint ask whose property?
I don't know.
Could I make a guess, I wonder, at your income since you come of age? As to the first figure now. 5? Concerning a guardian. There ought to be a guardian or such like when you were a minor. Some lawyer, maybe. As to the first letter of that lawyer's name now, would it be J? As the employer of that lawyer whose name began with J and might be Jaggers, I wrote from Portsmouth to a person in London for particulars of your address. That person's name? Why, Wemmick. Yes, Pip, dear boy, I made a gentleman of you. It was me what done it. I swore that time that as sure as I earned a guinea, that guinea would go to you. And that there hunted dog what you kept life in got his head so high that he made a gentleman. And Pip, you're him. Why, I'm your second father, Pip, and you're my son. And how good looking you've growed. Ah, there's a pair of bright eyes somewhere, eh? Isn't there a pair of bright eyes what you love the thoughts of? They shall be yourn, dear boy, if money can buy 'em. But didn't you never think it might be me?
No, never.
Well, you see, it was me. And single-handed. Never a soul in it but me own self and Mr. Jaggers.
Was there no one else?
No, who else should there be? Well, where are you going to put me, dear boy?
Put?
Oh, to sleep. Who's that?
Don't be alarmed. It's Mr. Pocket, who shares these rooms with me.
Phew! What a night! Hello.
Herbert, something very strange has happened. This is a visitor of mine.
Take it in your right hand. Say, strike me dead on the spot if I split in any way, whatever.
Strike me dead on the spot if I split in any way whatever.
Kiss it.
Do as he says, Herbert.
No, you're an oath.
Come in. You can go now, Molly. Now, Pip, be careful.
I will, sir.
Don't commit yourself. Don't commit anyone. You understand me? Anyone.
Mr. Jaggers,
Don't tell me anything. I don't want to know anything. I'm not curious.
I merely want to assure myself that what I've been told is true.
Did you say told or informed? Told would seem to imply verbal communication. You can't have verbal communication with a man in New South Wales, you know.
I will say informed, sir.
Good.
I've been informed by a person named Abel Magwitch that he is the benefactor so long unknown to me.
That is the man in New South Wales.
And only he.
And only he.
I'm not so unreasonable, sir, as to hold you at all responsible for my...
Sure, big wellness goals are great, but so are little changes for the better.
But I always supposed that it was Miss Havisham.
As you say, Pip, I am not at all responsible for that.
Yet it looked so like it, sir.
Not a particle of evidence, Pip. Take nothing on its looks, take everything on evidence. There is no better rule.
Well, I have nothing more to say.
I think you should know that I communicated with Abel Magwitch in New South Wales and reminded him that if ever he should present himself in this country, it would be an act of felony, rendering himself liable to the extreme penalty of the law. Take a look out of that window, Pip. That sort of thing happens every day. Magwitch has enemies here who would not hesitate to inform on him.
I see.
But he has guided himself by my caution, no doubt.
No doubt. If you'll excuse me, sir. There's no other alternative. He must be got out of the country, and I shall have to go with him.
Why must you go with him?
He's risked everything on my account. I can do no less than stand by him now.
What will you say to Estella?
I'm at a loss to know what to say to her. She'd never understand about him. But I must see her before I go.
Ah, just come down?
Yes.
Beastly place your part of the country, I think. I'm going out for a ride in the saddle. I mean to explore those marshes for amusement. Out of the way villages there, they tell me. Curious little public houses and smithies and that.
Mr. Drommel, I didn't seek this conversation. I don't find it a very agreeable one.
I'm sure you don't. But don't lose your temper. Haven't you lost enough without that?
What do you mean?
Look here, you, sir. The lady is joining me later, so take her horse round to her house in an hour's time.
Very good, sir.
And don't forget to tell the waiter I don't dine, because I'm going to dine with the lady.
Aye, aye.
Come in. What wind blows you here, Pip?
I went to Richmond yesterday to speak to Estella, Miss Havisham, and finding that some wind had blown her here, I followed. What I have to say to Estella, I will say before you present in a few moments. It will not surprise you. It will not displease you. I'm as unhappy as you could ever have meant me to be. I have found out who my patron is. It isn't a fortunate discovery, and is not likely ever to enrich me in reputation, station, fortune, anything. But there are reasons why I can say no more of that. It is not my secret, but another's.
It is not your secret, but another's. Well?
When you first caused me to be brought here, Miss Havisham, I suppose I really did come here as any other chance boy might have come, as a kind of servant, to gratify a want or a whim and to be paid for it.
Aye, Pip, you did.
And that Mr. Jaggers was...
Mr. Jaggers had nothing to do with it. His being my lawyer and the lawyer of your patron was a coincidence. He holds the same relation towards numbers of people.
But when I fell into the mistake that I've so long remained in, at least you led me on.
Yes. I let you go on.
Was that kind?
Who am I? For heaven's sake, that I should be kind. Well, 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 what else?
Estella, I should have said this sooner, but for my long mistake, which led me to believe that Miss Havisham meant us for one another. And I felt that I couldn't tell you of my real feelings while you were not free to choose for yourself. But now I have to go away. And I must say it before I go. I love you, Estella. I've loved you ever since I first saw you in this house.
Pip, I tried to warn you not to love me.
But you wouldn't be warned, for you thought I didn't mean it.
Isn't it true that Bentley Drummle is in town here and pursuing you?
Quite true.
That you encourage him and ride out with him? And that he dines with you this very day?
Quite true.
How can you fling yourself at such a man?
Should I rather fling myself at you, Pip? Who would sense at once that I bring nothing to you?
But you cannot love him, Estella.
What have I always told you? Do you still think, in spite of it, that I don't mean what I say?
Estella, you would never marry him.
Why not tell you the truth? I am going to be married to him. Come, Pip. Don't be afraid of my being a blessing to him. I shall not be that. Here is my hand. Let us part on this. You'll get me out of your thoughts in a week.
What have I done? What have I done?
If you mean what have you done to me, Miss Havisham, let me answer. Estella has been part of my existence ever since I first came here, the rough, common boy whose heart she wounded even then. She has been the embodiment of every graceful fancy that my mind has ever known. To the last hour of my life, she cannot choose but remain part of my character, part of the little good in me, part of the evil. But you may dismiss me from your mind and conscience. But Estella is a different case. And if you can ever undo any scrap of what you've done amiss, in keeping part of her right nature away from her, it will be better to do that than to bemoan the past through 100 years. Late that evening, I left the room with the long table for the last time and started on my way back to London.
Mr. Pip, I believe. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dick.
I have a note for you, sir. The messenger who brought it said it's urgent.
Get me a cab off the stand, Dick.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Wemmick. What's the trouble?
So you got my note, then?
Yes, I came straight here.
Why, what have you done to your hands?
Oh, it's nothing. I got them burned, Mr. Wemmick. I'm very anxious.
Everything's taken care of, Mr. Pip. But pray come in. You don't object to an aged parent, I hope?
Oh, no, no. I should be delighted.
This is Mr. Pip, Aged P, and I wish you could hear his name.
Oh.
Give him a nod, Mr. Pip. That's what he likes.
You made acquaintance with my son at his office.
You're a good man, aren't you?
Yes. Not away at him, if you please, like winking.
Yes. Yes. I hear that my son is a wonderful hand at his business, sir. Yes.
You're as proud of me as Punch, ain't you, Aged P? There's a nod for you. There's another one for you.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Pip and I have business to discuss.
Oh.
Come and sit down. I want to offer an apology, for he isn't capable of many pleasures. Just tip him a nod now and then when he looks off his paper, and he'll be as happy as a king.
Pleasure, Mr. Wemmick, I'm sure that you'll appreciate that I'm most anxious to know what's happened.
Of course. Now, I heard by chance yesterday morning that an old enemy of a certain convict, whose name we needn't mention,
yes,
had got wind of his being in England. So I went to the temple and found Mr. Herbert, and I told him that if he was aware of any such person, whose name we needn't mention, being about your chambers, that he'd better get him out of the way. I also heard that you had been watched.
That I'd been watched?
Yes. And might be watched again, so he'd better get him out of the way while you were out of the way.
I see. He would be greatly puzzled what to do.
He was, but we've now removed him to a house overlooking the river, down Limehouse way.
I should like to join them at once.
If you take my advice, Mr. Pip, you'll wait till after dark. By which time, you see, we can have those hands attended to.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Wimpole, and you can send up our supper, if you will.
Very good, sir.
How is he? All's well.
I'm a heavy grubber, dear boy. Always was.
Are you sure that you can rely on Wemmick's judgment and sources of information?
Aye, Wemmick knows.
He spoke to me of a particular enemy of yours. Do you know who that might be?
Aye. That was the man you saw fighting with me on the marshes, the man with the scar. He turned informer on me then to save his own skin, and he'd do it again to see me hanged. But no sneaking rat like him's going to make me leave, my boy.
Well, if you're worried about that, there's no need. I'm coming with you.
No. You're a gay one. What a gay one my boys turned out to be, eh?
The following day, I sent Herbert to make some inquiries. He found that the packet boat for the continent left Gravesend Pier at high tide every Thursday. I set myself to hire a boat. It was soon done. I couldn't get rid of the notion of being watched, and how many undesigning persons I suspected of watching me, it would be hard to calculate. I began to go out as for training and practice, sometimes alone, sometimes with Herbert. We were out in all weathers and became, as was our intention, familiar figures on the river. My burns were still very painful. We made it a practice that Herbert should embark from the place nearest to the house where our convict was hidden. As the hours of the tide changed, we took to going further downriver. There, on the marshes, we found a lone public house where we decided to stay on the night of our escape. And from a nearby buoy, we timed the passing of the packet boat. We chose this spot carefully. It was just above the point where the steamer picked up the river pilot. The river pilot. Our river pilot. One day, Herbert bought 2 steamship tickets, and our plans were set. tell me something.
What, dear boy?
What I did for you as a child was such a small thing. Why have you done so much for me?
I had a child of my own once, Pip. A little girl who I loved and lost.
What happened to her?
I don't know. It's a dark part of my life, dear boy. Ain't worth telling. But when on those lone, shivering marshes, a boy was kind to a half-starved convict, that boy took the place of the child he had lost.
Pull on your left. Here she comes.
One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. You have an escaped convict there. That's the man in the stern. I call upon him to surrender and you to assist.
never forgive myself for this.
I'm all right, dear boy. I'm content to have seen my boy and to take my chance.
Jaggers will help us. He'll get you off all right.
Prisoners at the bar. It is now my duty to pronounce the sentence demanded by the law. The sentence of this court is that you be taken hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, and that each of you there be hanged by the neck until you be dead. And may Almighty God have mercy on your souls.
Are you absolutely certain there is nothing you can do to save him?
Nothing. You realize, of course, that you no longer inherit his money. That will be claimed by the crown.
The money's no interest to me.
If you had been a blood relation, it might have been different. You are not a blood relation, so it is not different.
You mean if he had a child, the money would go to the child?
The money might go to the child.
Mr. Jaggers, there was a child.
So you think there was a child, do you?
I know there was a child. And what's more, Mr. Jaggers, you know it.
Sit down, Pip. I'm going to put a case to you, Pip, but I admit nothing.
I understand. You admit nothing.
Put the case that a woman is charged with murder. Put the case that this woman has a child whose father is a convict.
I understand you perfectly.
But that I make no admissions.
But that you make no admissions.
Now, Pip, put the case that this woman's legal advisor knows an eccentric and very rich lady who is anxious to adopt a little girl. You understand, Pip?
I understand. But I can hardly believe.
Ring that bell, Mr. Pip.
Yes, sir?
Basin.
Yes, sir.
Well, Pip?
If I'm in my right mind, and that woman is Estella's mother, this legal advisor you mention will have a lot to answer for.
Now, Pip, put the case that this legal advisor has often seen children tried at the criminal bar. Put the case that he has known them to be habitually imprisoned, whipped, neglected, cast out, qualified in all ways for the hangman, and growing up to be hanged. Put the case that here was one pretty little child out of the heap that could be saved. Put that last case to yourself very carefully, Pip.
I do, Mr. Jaggers.
Did he do right?
He did right.
Good.
Does Estella know?
You mean, does the little girl know?
Yes.
No, she does not know.
She must never be told.
As to that, she has a claim to her father's property. The legal advisor must use his own judgment. Her father's condition is considerably worse. He has been moved to the prison infirmary.
I thought you wasn't coming. And yet, I knew somehow that you would.
It's just the time. I waited at the gate so as not to lose a moment of it.
God bless you. You've never deserted me. And what's best of all is, you've been more comfortable along with me since I was under a dark cloud than when the sun shone. That's best of all.
Are you in pain?
I don't complain of none, dear boy.
You never do complain.
You better stay.
I have something to tell you. Can you understand what I say? You had a child once, whom you loved and lost. She lived and found powerful friends. She is living now. She is a lady and very beautiful. And I love her. Oh, Lord, be merciful to him, a sinner.
Get out of the way, you fool!
This is Juvederm.
Is it, Joe? What you dire, old chap? How long, Joe? What you mean to say, Pip, how long have your illness lasted?
Yes, Joe.
Well, it's the end of April, Pip. Tomorrow's the 1st of May. Dear Joe, have you been here all the time? Well, pretty nigh, old chap. Joe, where am I?
You're home.
I brought you home, dear old Pip, old chap.
Oh, Joe. You break my heart. Please don't be so good to me.
Now, look here, old chap. Ever the best of friends. You'll soon be well enough to go out again. And then, oh, what larks!
Billy, you have the best husband in the world. And Joe, you've the best wife in the world.
Which I know, Pip, old chap, which I know.
You'll be very happy.
Which are our intention, Pip, old chap.
And you'll have children.
Which also are our intention, Pip, old chap.
One day, Pip, you'll marry too.
I don't think I shall, Biddy. Not now.
Dear Pip, do you still fret for her?
I think of her. But that poor dream, Biddy, has all gone by. All gone by. I knew as I said these words that I secretly intended to visit the old house that evening.
What name?
Tumblechook.
Quite right. Come in, Pip.
I know nothing of days of the week, nothing of weeks of the year.
Don't loiter, boy. Come along, boy. Take your hat off.
Whom have we here?
A boy.
A boy of the neighborhood, eh?
But he is a common laboring boy.
You can break his heart.
This door, boy. Pip.
Stella. Stella, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Paris with your husband.
I have no husband, Pip. Have you not heard?
I've been ill, Stella. I've heard nothing.
When Mr. Jaggers disclosed to Bentley Drummle my true parentage, he no longer wished to have me for a wife. Well, Pip, why don't you laugh? You've every right to.
I've no wish to laugh, Stella. I'm truly sorry.
You've no need to pity me. It has simplified my life. There's now no need to sell the house. It is mine, and I shall live here. I shall like it here, Pip. Away from the world and all its complications.
Stella, how long have you been here?
I don't know.
Stella, you must leave this house. It's a dead house. Nothing can live here. Leave it to Stella, I beg of you.
What do you mean?
This is the house where I grew up. It's part of me. It's my home.
It's Miss Havisham's home. But she's gone, Estella. Gone from this house, from you, from both of us.
She is not gone. She is still here with me in this house, in this very room.
Then I defy her. I have come back, Miss Havisham. I have come back to let in the sunlight. Look, Estella, look. Nothing but dust and decay. I've never ceased to love you, even when there seemed no hope for my love. You're part of my existence, part of myself. Estella, come with me, out into the sunlight. Look at me.
Pip, I'm afraid.
Look at me. We belong to each other. Let's start again. Together.
It's a shame.
It's all over, Mrs. Thingamy. Story. No wedding ring, I see. Good night.
Come in, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Oh, this is indeed a pleasure, sir. Now, you mustn't be offended at what I'm going to say. You've had a long walk, or I wouldn't mention it. Will you take a little drop of something, Mr. Bumble?
Not a drop, not a drop.
Just a little drop with a little hot water and a lump of sugar.
What is it?
I'll not deceive you, Mr. B. It's gin. I'm obliged to keep a little in the house to put in the infant's daffy when they ain't well, Mr. Bumble.
You're a very humane woman, Mrs. Corley. I shall take an early opportunity of mentioning it to the board, Mrs. Corley.
Thank you, sir.
I drink your health with cheerfulness, Mrs. Corley. We are forgetting business, ma'am. The child that was half-baptized, Oliver Twist, is 9-year-old today.
He's the worst disposed boy I ever did see.
Small wonder, ma'am. We've never been able to discover his parentage.
How comes it he has a name, then?
I invented it.
You, Mr. Bumble?
I, Mrs. Corley. I name all our foundlings in alphabetical order. The last was an S. Swabble, I named him. This was a T. Twist, I named him.
Why, you're quite a literary character, sir.
Well, perhaps I may be, Mrs. Corley. Perhaps I may be. Now, let me see the boy.
Twist!
My personal style is unapologetic. Feeling at home in the clothes that you're wearing, it liberates us.
Come here! Make a bow to the gentleman.
You're to come along with me, boy. You're to be presented to the board.
Gentlemen, it is my considered opinion that our charity is being presumed upon.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. This workhouse has become a regular place of entertainment for the poorer classes. Gentlemen, it is our duty to set this to rights. We'll stop it in no time. Yeah. Come in. Case number 6.
Bow to the board.
What's your name, boy?
Oliver. Oliver Twist, sir.
You know it's your birthday?
No, sir.
Boy's a fool.
Boy, listen to me. You know you're an orphan?
What's that, sir?
Boy's a fool. I thought he was.
Hush. You know you've got no father or mother and were brought up by the parish, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I hope you say your prayers every night
Yes, sir.
and pray for the people who feed you and take care of you.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're going to be educated and taught a useful trade. You'll begin to pick oakum tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
For this abounding provision, O Lord, we thank thee.
Please, sir. I want some more.
What? What? Ask for more?
Good morning, Mr. Bumble, sir.
Good morning.
I've just taken the measure of the 2 women that died last night.
Coffins are looking up, Mr. Sabre. Ah, thank you. You'll make your fortune, Mr. Sabre.
The prices allowed by the board are very small, Mr. Bumble.
So are the coffins.
Well, Mr. Bumble, there's no denying that. But we must have some profit, Mr. Bumble.
Oh, yes, sir. By the way, you don't know anybody who wants a boy, do you? A parochial apprentice. Liberal terms, Mr. Sabre. Liberal terms.
I'll take him.
Oliver.
Yes, sir.
Pull that cap off your eye. And hold your head up, sir. Be good enough to tell Mr. Sabre that the beadle is here.
Oh, please to come in, sir.
Is that you, Mr. Bumble?
No one else, Mr. Sabre. Here, I brought the boy.
Ah. So this is the boy, is it?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
My dear, this is the boy from the workhouse I told you of.
He's very small.
He is rather small, then. He is small, there's no denying it. But he'll grow, Mrs. Sabre.
I dare say he will, on our food and our drink. There, get downstairs, little bag of bones. Charlotte!
Yes, ma'am?
Give the boys some of the cold bits put by for Trip.
Yes, ma'am.
I suppose you're the new boy, ain't you?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
On the box, workhouse, on the box. Workers, do you know who I am?
No, sir.
I'm Mr. Noah Claypole, and you're under me, so don't you forget it.
No, sir. Have you done? Yes, ma'am. Then come with me. Come on, get up. Your bed's under the counter. You don't mind, I suppose? No, ma'am. It doesn't much matter whether you do or you don't, for you can't sleep anywhere else. Here, take this. Get in here.
Very good-looking boy, that, my dear.
He need be. He eats enough.
There's an expression of melancholy in his face, my dear, which is very interesting.
Well?
He'd make a delightful mute, my love. I don't mean a regular...
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a 22-speed road bike. And need. Like a ride back from your ride.
Idea, but only for children's practice. Depend upon it, it would have a most superb effect.
Do you want a coffin? I'll fetch the missus.
No. I want to see the boy.
Oh, Worgus? Is that on a job? Who are you?
I knew his mother. Nursed her when she died.
Died in the workhouse, eh?
I haven't got much time. I've got to see him.
Mrs! Charlotte, Mrs!
Come in.
How is she this evening?
There's much strength left in her. She's troubled in her mind. And when the fits aren't on, and that's not often, she keeps saying she's got something to tell. She wants to see the matron.
You'd better fetch her.
Come in.
Yes?
If you please, mistress, old Sally's a going fast.
What's that to me? I can't keep her alive, can I?
She says she's got something to tell that you must hear. She'll never die quiet until you come, mistress. Did she say any more, Martha, dear?
Not a word. Cold tonight, Mrs. Corney.
Very cold indeed, sir.
If you have to wait long, I shall be surprised. Put the light on the floor. She won't see it there.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
It won't be long, mistress. None of us have to wait long. It'll come soon enough for us all.
Who's that?
Hush, hush.
Who's
Lie down,
that?
dear, lie down.
Ah. Come here. Come here. Listen.
Yes?
In this very room, in this very bed, I once nursed a pretty young creature. She gave birth to a boy and died.
Go on. Yes.
They would have treated him better if they'd have known it all.
Known what?
And I think it was the year.
Never mind about the year. What about him?
Aye, what about him? What about... I know. Turn him away.
This is Annie, dear.
Make
Get out. Get out. Go on, both of you. Get out. Hurry. Get out. Right, go on.
What?
Stone dead.
What was it, mistress?
Nothing. Nothing to tell after all. Nothing.
sit by the fire, Noah, dear. Oliver, shut that door behind Mr. Noah's back. I saved a nice bit of bacon from the master's breakfast for you, Noah, dear. Oliver, here's your tea, and take them bits. And make haste, because they want you to mind shop. Do you hear?
Do you hear, workers? What else? That's your mother.
She's dead.
What'd she die of, workhouse?
They said she died of a broken heart.
What set you a snivelling?
Not you.
Oh, not me, eh?
No, not you. You'd better stop saying things about my mother.
Better stop. Workhouse, don't be impudent. You know, Workhouse, your mother must have been a regular right down bad 'un.
What did you say?
A regular right down bad 'un, Workhouse. And it's a great deal better, Workhouse, that she died when she did. Or else she'd have been doing hard labour in Bridewell, or transported, or hung, which is more likely than either, isn't it? Yes, Mum.
Fetch the beetle.
Well,
Where is this audacious young savage?
Oliver!
Yes!
Do you know this here voice, sir?
Yes!
Ain't you afraid of it, sir? Ain't you a trembling while I speak, sir?
No!
The boy must be mad.
It's not madness, ma'am. It's meat.
What?
Meat, ma'am, meat. If you'd kept the boy on gruel, this would never have happened.
What's the meaning of this?
Young Twist has turned vicious, sir.
Tried to
He
murder
nearly
me,
killed
sir.
the missus.
You're a nice young fella, ain't you?
He said things about my mother.
By all accounts, she deserved them.
That's a lie.
Oh! Oh!
Don't spare him, sir. Don't spare him.
You know Folgers as a home brew, but let's hear it for our hometown.
1, 2, ready, play!
Get up to bed.
He comes of a bad family, sir. Excitable natures, Mrs. Sarbury. That mother of his,
made her way here against difficulties and pain that would have killed any well-disposed woman weeks before. My parochial apologies, sir.
Staying in London? Yes. Got any lodgings? No. Money? No. Hungry? Yes. Follow me.
Who's t'other one?
A new pal.
Come in.
Wait here. Do you want him? Come on in. Here he is, Fagin. My friend Oliver Twist.
Very glad to see you, Ivor. Very. Aren't we, my dears?
Yeah, how far have you come? I've been walking for 7 days.
Walking for 7 days? Beak's older, eh?
Do you know what a beak is, my dear?
A bird's master.
Sit down, all of you. A beak is a magistrate, my dear. Dodger, take off the sausages. Sit down, Ivor. A great many of them, ain't there, my dear?
Yes, sir.
You just looked them out ready for the wash. I hope you've been at work, Dodger.
Odd.
Good boy, good boy.
And 3 wipes.
Ingenious worker, ain't he, Ivor?
Very indeed, sir.
You'd like to make pocket handkerchiefs as easily as the artful Dodger, wouldn't you, my dear?
Yes, if you teach me, sir.
We will, my dear, we will. To work, Terry, Fred. Sit down. Charlie, Dodger. Oliver. Oliver.
You want to feel important. You want to be a part of something bigger, something that matters and can help change things.
You want to feel like you belong. We know. We felt that way too, and that's why we did something about it.
We aren't just Army National Guard soldiers.
We are normal people just like you.
And together, we can make a difference.
Take on your legacy. Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Stitch Fix. I'd like to thank my stylist for making me look so amazing.
For taking care of the shopping so I can take care of this.
It's really convenient.
For sending looks that work for me and my budget.
Clever dogs. Clever dogs. Never blowed on old Fagin. Why are you awake? Speak out, boy, quick.
I couldn't sleep any longer, sir.
What have you seen?
Nothing, sir.
You were not awake an hour ago.
No, no, indeed, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Sir, my dear. I only tried to frighten you. Did you see any of those pretty things, dear?
Yes, sir.
They're mine, Ivor. All I have to live on in my old age. They call me a miser.
May I get up now, sir?
Certainly, dear, certainly. They've gone to work, Ivor. Make 'em your models. Do everything they bid you do. Take their advice in all things, especially the artful dodgers. He'll be a great man himself one day and will make you one too. Is my handkerchief hanging out of my pocket, dear?
Yes, sir.
See if you can take it without my feeling it. Is it gone?
Yes. Here it is.
Ah, you clever boy. Here's a shilling for you.
Thanks.
If you go on this way, you'll be the greatest man of the time.
You'll do.
Stop thief! Stop
Is this the boy, sir?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Afraid? That's a good one.
Poor little fellow, he's hurt himself.
I did that, sir. I stopped him. I cut my knuckles against his mouth. Come on, get up. Make way there. Make way.
Come on. Don't hurt him, officer.
Oh, no, I won't.
Hold your noise. Do you want to get grabbed? I can't help it. I can't help it. What'll Fagin say?
Where's Ivor? Where's the boy? What's become of the boy? Speak or I'll throttle you.
Let go of me! The traps have got him, and that's all about it.
What's it all about, Fagin? It's lucky the pot didn't hit me, or I might have settled someone.
Come in, Mr. Sykes. Come in.
None of your mystering. You know my name. Come in, you sneaking cur. What are you hanging about there for? Go on, get in, will you?
Will you take a drink, Bill?
See you don't poison it, neither. Here. What's he been up to? Ill-treating the boys again, eh? You avaricious old fence.
You seem out of humor, Bill.
Yeah, maybe I am. And you seem kind of out of sorts, too. What's in the wind, Fagin?
It's a new boy. The traps have got him.
Well, what of it?
I'm afraid, you see, he may say something that'll get us into trouble.
That's very likely. You're blowed upon, Fagin.
I'm afraid, you see, if the game was up with us, it might be up with a good many more. And it would come out rather worse for you than it would for me. Wouldn't it, my dear?
Look here. Somebody ought to go and find out what's going on at the police court. Somebody ought to go there, Fagin. Told you. Surely.
And about time, too.
Ah, Nancy. The very thing. She's a clever girl.
Here's to her.
Nancy will go, won't you, my dear?
Where's?
Only just to the police court, my dear. What do you say?
That it won't do, Fagin, so it's no use you trying it on.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I say, Bill?
Why, you're the very one for it. No one around here knows anything about you.
And as I don't want 'em to neither, it's rather more no than yes with me, Bill.
She'll go, Fagin.
Oh, no, she won't, Fagin.
Oh, yes, she will, Fagin.
Yes?
Is there a little boy here?
Who are you?
His sister.
You have to wait. The case is on now.
Now, what is the charge against this boy?
Stealing a handkerchief, Your Worship.
I'd rather not press the case.
Hold your tongue, sir. Are there any witnesses?
None, Your Worship.
What is your name? What is your name?
He's been hurt, and I really fear he's very ill.
Oh, yes, I dare say. Come now. None of your tricks here, you young vagabond. What is your name?
What's your name?
He says his name's Tom White, Your Worship.
bored, broke, burdened with
Very well. Where does he live?
Where do you live? Where he can, your worship.
Please, sir. Would I have some water?
Stop that nonsense! Don't try and make a fool of me!
I'm afraid he really is ill, your worship.
I know better. Take care, he's going to fall. Stand away! Let him if he likes.
How do you propose to deal with the case, sir?
Quiet! What's this? Who is this?
I keep the bookstall. I saw it all. It was another boy.
Why didn't you come before?
Couldn't get a soul to mind the shop.
Swear the man.
They bring him out of the court fainting. He gets in a carriage with this gentleman and they drive off. He'll blow on us, Fagin, for certain.
That's the boy, is it? It's a boy. Nice looking boy, isn't he? I don't know. I only know two sorts of boys. Mealy boys and beef-faced boys. And which is he? Mealy. Right, Mrs. Bridget.
Is Bedwin in the habit of counting the plate at night? Because if she doesn't find a tablespoon or two missing one sunny morning, I'll be content to eat my head, sir.
Your move.
Where does he come from? Who is he? What is he? If that boy doesn't deceive you, my good friend, I'll eat my head. And yours, too.
We shall see.
We will. We will.
Where am I? Hush, my dear. You must be very quiet, or you'll be ill again. You've been very, very bad. As bad could be, pretty nigh. Lie down again. There's a dear. There.
Don't mind me, my dear. It's all over now.
I'm rather hoarse this morning, Bedouin. I'm afraid I've got cold. Now, how do you feel, my dear?
Very happy, sir.
Good. Have you given him any nourishment, Bedouin?
He's going to have a basin of beautiful, strong broths.
A couple of glasses of port wine would do him far more good. Wouldn't they, Tom White?
My name's Oliver, sir.
Oliver? Oliver White, hmm?
No, sir. Twist. Oliver Twist.
Oh, that's a queer name. What made you tell the magistrate your name was White?
I never told him, sir.
Some mistake, some mistake. Have your broth, young man. We must get you strong again. And as soon as you're well enough, we must have a little chat.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Fool, bungler, liar. I paid you good money to make an end of the business. One sniveling boy, and you have to lose him. I'm worse off now than if I never set eyes on you. And farther still from what should be mine. What do I get? My money back?
No, my dear, not that. I'll give you hope. Do you know the workhouse where the boy was born?
Of course, I traced him from there.
Then you must go back, my dear. You must go back. Listen.
Tomorrow, 2 months it was done. It seems a age.
You going to sit there snoring all day?
I shall sit here as long as I think proper, ma'am. And though I was not snoring, I shall snore, gape, sneeze, laugh, or cry as the humor strikes me, such being my prerogative.
Your prerogative.
I said the word, ma'am. The prerogative of a man is to command.
And what's the prerogative of a woman, in the name of goodness?
To obey, ma'am. As your late unfortunate husband should have taught you. And then perhaps he might have been alive now. I wish he were, poor man.
You brute!
Try your hardest, man. It opens the lungs, washes the countenance, exercises the eyes, and softens down the temper. So cry away.
Talk about your prerogative again, if you dare. Get up. Get away from here, or I might do something desperate.
Certainly, my dear, certainly.
You were the beadle here once, were you not?
I was parochial beadle.
What are you now?
Master of the workhouse.
Good. Now listen to me. I want some information. Carry your memory back 10 years last winter. The scene, the workhouse, and the time, night. The place, the lying-in room. A boy was born.
Many boys.
He was apprenticed down here to a coffin maker.
You mean young Twist? There wasn't a obstinate...
It's not of him I want to hear. It's of a woman, the hag that nursed his mother. Where is she?
she died last winter. One moment.
Yes?
There was a woman with her when she died.
How can I find her?
Only through me.
It will be worth her while.
The new Barbecue Ranch Chicken Crunch from Jimmy John's is here with house-made barbecue ranch sauce, all-natural chicken, and crispy tortilla strips. All that sauciness comes as a sandwich or wrap. Sandwich or wrap. Sandwich or wrap! For a limited time at Jimmy John's. As a sandwich or wrap!
Like many women over 40, I'm starting to get more dark spots.
New Bright Reveal Niacinamide Serum by L'Oreal fades the look of all types of dark spots by up to 40%. New Bright Reveal Niacinamide Serum by L'Oreal Paris.
What if I've paid you for nothing?
Easy, take it away again. I'm a woman here alone and unprotected.
Not alone, my dear. Nor unprotected, neither.
You're a fool. You better hold your tongue.
You'd better have it cut out if you can't speak in a lower tone. Now, let's hear your story.
You were with this hag the night she died.
Yes.
There was no one by.
No. She asked that we should be alone.
Get up!
She spoke of a young mother whom she'd nursed in that same bed.
Yes. What of her?
I robbed her. She wasn't cold when I stole it.
Stole what?
It. The only thing she had. Gold.
Gold? Go on, what of it?
She charged me to keep it safe.
Yes? The boy's name?
They called him Oliver.
Yes.
I haven't told you all, have I?
No, be quick.
She'd run away. Her father.
Yes?
I was to tell him.
What were you to tell him? What? What?
She said more. You're lying.
She never uttered another word. But it was then that it happened.
What? Scrap of paper. What was it?
A pawnbroker's ticket.
Yes.
The time was out in 2 days, so I redeemed the pledge.
Where is it now?
There.
And this is all?
All. That what you expected to get from us?
It is.
Bless us and save us. Come in and wash your hands and let me do your hair nicely for you, child.
Why? What's the matter?
Mr. Brownlow wants to see you, dear, and we must make you smart as sixpence.
Come in. Oh, come in, Oliver, come in. Yes, there are a good many books, are there not, my boy?
I never saw so many, sir.
How would you like to grow up a clever man and write books, eh?
I think I'd rather read them, sir.
What, don't you want to be a book writer?
I think I'd rather be a bookseller, sir.
Well said, my boy. Very well said. Now, Oliver, I want you to pay great attention to what I'm going to say.
You're not going to send me away, sir?
No, my dear, I'm not going to send you away. Unless you give me cause.
I'll never do that, sir. Never.
Good. Somehow, I feel that you and I are going to be good friends.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I trust you, Oliver. And I find myself more interested in your behalf than I can well account for. Even to myself. Are you fond of pictures, Oliver?
I don't quite know, sir.
Now that is a portrait. A likeness.
She's very pretty, sir.
Yes, she was very pretty.
Any muffins for tea? Hello. What's that?
This is young Oliver Twist.
You don't mean to say that's the boy who had the fever, I hope?
That's all over now. Come and speak to my young friend.
How are you, boy?
A great deal better, thank you, sir.
And when are we going to hear an account of his history? Eh, my friend?
I think we'll have our tea first, eh, Oliver? Oh, is that the bookseller?
Yes, sir.
Stop the boy. There are some to go back.
He's gone, sir.
Oh, dear me. I particularly wanted to return some tonight.
Send Oliver with them. He'll be sure to deliver them safely, you know.
Yes, do let me go, sir. I'll run all the way.
You shall go, my boy. The books are on a chair by my table. Fetch them down. Let me see. He'll be back in 20 minutes at the longest.
Ah, so you really expect him to come back, do you?
Well, don't you?
No, I do not. The boy has a new suit of clothes on his back, a set of valuable books under his arm, and a £5 note in his pocket. If ever that boy returns to this house, sir, I'll eat my head.
Oh.
There.
Good night, dear. Oliver! Oliver, oh, you naughty boy! Oh, my dear little brother, I found him. Thank goodness gracious heavens I found him.
Let go, please.
You cruel boy, come home directly.
What's the matter, Mum?
He ran away near a month ago from his parents. Hard-working, respectable people.
I didn't.
He went and joined a set of thieves and bad characters and nearly broke his mother's heart.
You little wretch.
I'm not. I haven't got a mother.
Go home, you little brute.
I live in Pentonville.
Oh, listen how he braves it out.
Come home to your mother, will you young dog?
I don't know them. I don't belong to them.
What's this? He's been stealing again.
Oh, no, Bill, come on.
Right, that's the only way to bring him to his senses.
You're right. You're good, too.
Yeah, you get it too. Come on, you young villain.
Hi, let's have a glim.
see you looking so well, my dear. Why didn't you write and say you was coming? We'd have got something hot for supper.
What's that? That's mine, Fagin.
No, my dear. Mine, Bill, mine. You shall have the books.
If that ain't mine and Nancy that is, I'll take the boy back again. Now come on, hand over, will you? Where is it?
This is hardly fair, Bill. Hardly fair, is it, Nancy?
Fair or not fair, give it here, you avaricious old skeleton. Give it. Take the books if you're fond of reading, and if you ain't, sell them.
Help! Help!
Bullseye!
Give it that, Bill! You'll tear the boy to pieces!
I'll be right.
No, you don't!
You'll stand off of me or I'll split your head in.
I don't care! I don't care!
Get out!
What's the matter here?
The girl's gone mad.
No, she ain't, Fagin. No, she ain't. Don't think it.
Then keep quiet, will you?
No, I won't do that neither. What do you think of that?
So you wanted to get away, my dear? Did you, eh? Wanted to get assistance? Called for the police, did you? We'll soon cure you of that, my young master.
See it done, Fagin. You've got the boy. What more do you want? Let him be. Let him be, or I'll put that mark on some of you that'll send me to the gallows before my time.
Why, Nancy, you're more clever than ever tonight. Ha ha! You're acting beautiful, dear.
Am I? Then take care I don't overdo it. You'll be the worse for it, Fagin, if I do.
What do you mean by this? You're a nice one, a pretty subject for the boy to make a friend of.
So help me, I am. I wish I'd been struck dead in the street before lending a hand to bring him here. He's a thief, a liar, a devil, and all that's bad from this night on. Isn't that enough for the old wretch without blows?
Come, Sykes, we must have civil words, Bill.
Civil words, you villain. Yes, you deserve them from me. I thieved for you when I was a child not half his age, and I thieved for you ever since, don't you know it?
And if you have, it is your living.
Aye, it is. It is my living. On the cold, wet, dirty streets of my home. And you're the wretch that drove me to them long ago. And that'll keep me there. Day and night! Day and night!
A mischief less than that if you say much more. That's the worst of having to deal with women, my dears, but they're clever and we can't get on in our line without 'em. Dodger, show Ivor to bed.
He hadn't better wear his best suit tomorrow, had he, Fagin?
Certainly not. The Dodger shall give you another suit, my dear, for fear that Sunday one shall get stolen.
Well, Mrs. Bedwin?
I'm afraid he's lost his way, sir.
You mean he never went there, eh? There you are. The boy's an imposter.
It can't be. It can't be.
What do you mean it can't be? You old women never believe anything but quack doctors and lying storybooks.
He was a dear, grateful, gentle child, sir. I know what children are and have done these 40 years. And people who can't say the same shouldn't say anything about them. That's my opinion.
That'll be all, Bidwin.
Well? I'll take the liberty, if you'll allow me, of helping us both to a glass of sherry.
Nancy.
Well?
Well, my dear, it's about the crib at Chertsey.
Well, what about it?
Ah, you know what I mean, my dear. He knows what I mean, Nancy, don't he?
No, we don't. And don't stand there talking to me in hints as though you weren't the first what thought about the robbery.
Shh, somebody will hear us.
Well, let him in. I don't care.
There, my dear. It was only my caution, nothing more. Now, Bill, I've got the boy. You can...
What's the matter?
I didn't know whether she mightn't be out of sorts as she was before.
Go on, Fagin. Tell him it's Oliver.
Ah, you're a clever one, my dear. The sharpest girl I ever saw. It was about Ivor I was going to speak.
Him?
Yes, Bill, it's time he began to earn his bread. Besides, the others are all too big.
He's about the size I want.
And will do everything you want if you frighten him enough.
When's it to be done?
Ah, to be sure. When is it to be done, eh?
Tomorrow night.
Good. It's all arranged about bringing off the swag.
It's all planned. Now you hold your tongue and keep your melting pot ready. That's all you have to do. Now leave us alone, will you?
The news.
Now, ladies
Great.
and gentlemen,
So is mine.
May I introduce to you a charming young singer who's never appeared in public before. Miss Lucy Willer.
This morning early, my melody was such. I in my tea took brandy, and I took a drop too much.
This is the only proof of the boy's identity. So I've got the young devil's money at last. Now you can do what you like with him. Get him hauled up for some felony, drag him through every jail in town.
It's not easy to train him to the business.
That's your affair.
If, it's not likely mine, but if the worst should come to the worst.
It's no fault of mine, mind that, Fagin. I had no hand in this.
Your role is to turn these children into spectacles, not survivors.
If to get fat you're trying, then my way's to lie.
Get out!
My old pal and me goes in fighting, like home and neighbour or town. Oh, here's one with him, then here's one with me, then we comes to blows. He don't know when to stop. He likes his roll up to the top. Watching the rearing all over the shop, 'cause he don't know when this is on. Look at the drunkards of London, lying all over the place. There isn't a doubt it's a lovely lookout for the human race. We don't know when to stop. We like to crawl up to the top. Watching the rearing all over the shop, 'cause we don't know when to say stop.
Awful. Are you awake?
What's the matter?
Listen carefully, my dear. I want you to do a piece of work for me that needs great care and caution.
What is it?
I want you to dodge a woman.
I can do that, over. What do you want me to dodge her for?
Not do anything, but to tell me where she goes, who she sees, and what she says, and to bring back all the information you can.
Who is she?
One of us.
What'll you give me?
If you do it well, my dear, a guinea. 1 guinea. And that's what I never gave yet for such a pleasant piece of work.
Barker's for B, Bill.
Yeah.
The persuader.
I got him.
His cripe, keys, centre bits, darkies. Nothing forgotten.
You take the crowbar.
Take heed. He's a rough man. Mind.
What's that?
The boy.
Oh. One of Mr. Fagin's lads.
It's cold, Nancy dear. It seems to go right through one.
It must be a piercer to find its way through your heart. Come here, young'un. Come here! Do you know what this is?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you speak a word when we're outside, you'll get a bullet through your head without warning. So if you do make up your mind to talk, you'd better say your prayers first. Now then, look sharp. We're late as it is. Come on.
Sir?
You come in consequence of having seen my advertisement?
Oh, not here, sir. I'm afraid to speak. Down the steps.
Why do you bring me to this dark and dismal place?
Because there are those who would surely murder me if they knew I was here tonight.
Young woman, if you have any intelligence of this poor child, in heaven's name, put me in possession of it.
Do you know men named Monks?
Monks? What do you know of this man?
Oh, before I tell you, sir, have I your promise that my secret will be strictly kept? I'll not turn on the others because, bad as they are, they never turn on me. Have I your promise for that?
You have.
And nobody will ever learn how you know what you do?
Never.
Some time ago, soon after Oliver was taken from your house in Pentonville, I saw this man Monks for the first time. And the other day, I saw him again. He came to a place I now call.
There. Take care of that and do the most you can with it. It's been trouble enough to get. What are you looking at me like that for? He's gone mad.
I've got that to tell you will make you worse than me.
Aye? Well, look sharp or Nance will think I'm lost.
Lost? She's pretty well settled that in her own mind already.
Open your mouth and say what you gotta say in plain words.
Suppose that lad that's lying there.
Well?
Suppose that lad was to peach, to blow upon us all. First stealing out at nights to find the right folks for the purpose, then having a meeting with them in the streets. Not grabbed, trapped, tried and brought to it on bread and water. But if his own fancy, do you hear me? Suppose he did this, what then?
What then? I'd smash his head in.
What if I did it, I that know so much and could hang so many besides myself?
I'd beat your brains out.
You would?
Try me.
If it was Charlie or the Dodger or...
No matter who, I'd do the same.
Dodger. Poor lad. He's tired. Tired with watching for her so long. With watching for her, Bill.
What do you mean?
Dodger. Tell me that again. Once again, just for him.
Okay, this is gonna sound a little nuts, but the fastest and easiest
Out. Nancy.
What about her?
You followed her?
Yes.
To London Bridge?
Yes.
Where she met a gentleman?
So she did.
A gentleman she'd gone to of her own accord who asked her to give up her pals, which she did.
Well,
She did all this. She told it all, every word, without a threat, without a murmur. She did she not?
All right. That's just about what it was.
What did she say about the boy?
I told you that before.
Again. Tell it again.
Well, he asked her why she hadn't brought Nolly with her.
Why? Why? Tell him that.
Because he'd got out on a job. With him.
What more of him? Tell him that. Tell him that.
Why, that she'd bring him to London Bridge tomorrow, midday.
Yes? Why?
Because he'd be asleep. She made me laugh when she said it.
Said what?
That she was going to give him a drink of laudanum.
Put me out of here!
Bill!
Don't speak to me, it's not safe.
You won't be.
Let me out!
You won't be too violent, Bill. I mean not too violent for safety.
Get up.
Oh, it's you, Bill.
It is. Get up. There's light enough for what I've got to do.
Well, why are you looking at me like that? Oh, no! 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 Bill! Speak to me! What have I done?
You were watched tonight. Every single word you said was heard.
Oh, I've been true to you. Upon my soul, I have. Give me time. A little
Bill. Vegan live, Bill. I didn't tell. He deceived you. He deceived you. He deceived you.
She told on all her pals. Not brought to it on bread and water, but of her own fancy. She did, she did, she did.
Murder! Brutal murder! Murder! Brutal murder! In the early hours of this morning, a young woman was brutally beaten to death by one William Sykes. If any person or person...
I first met this girl at London Bridge. I went there in response to an anonymous letter. I promised not to reveal the names of her associates. But in face of this terrible crime, I no longer consider that promise binding.
Lock the door on the outside and come when I ring.
Yes, sir.
Where is my grandson?
Grandson?
I warn you that every word that passed between you and your criminal associates is known to me.
Is this a trick to deprive me of my inheritance?
Oh, you have no inheritance, for as you know, my daughter had a child. And it was you who, for your own gain, suppressed the only proofs of his birth and parentage.
You could prove nothing. Your daughter ran away and was never heard of again.
Coward. Liar. Where is Oliver Twist?
I know nothing of him.
We shall see.
Even the most chill of parents know when it's time to go into protect mode.
Sit down.
How do you do, sir? I hope you are well.
Take him away.
Idiot!
It only remains for me to tell you that neither of you will ever be employed in a position of trust again. You may go.
Fool!
I hope, sir, that this unfortunate little circumstance will not deprive me of my parochial office.
Indeed it will. And think yourself well off besides.
It was all Mrs. Bumble. She would do it.
That is no excuse. You were present at the sale of the locket, and indeed are the more guilty of the two in the eye of the law. For the law supposes that your wife acts under your direction.
If the law supposes that, then the law is a ass, a idiot. If that's the eye of the law, then the law's the bachelor. And the worst I wish the law is that his eye may be opened by experience. By experience.
It's Charlie! It's all up!
What's the matter?
They got scats out everywhere!
Now, what's the news?
They've nabbed Monks.
And Sykes, what about him?
They say he'll be took tonight. They're looking for his dog.
Fool.
Come here, will ya?
There.
Take him away.
The dog! Follow the dog!
Don't leave us in the dark.
Who is it?
What are you gonna do? Sell me or let me lie here till the hunt's over? We're in this together, Fagin. Lock up. Good. Get me a drink. Get me a drink, will ya? Young'un! Blast you, can't you say something? Don't you know me, Dodger?
Don't come near me. I'm not afraid of him. If they come here, I'll give him up. I will.
You what?
Come here. Get out.
What?
They're here. Get that table, will ya?
In the King's name!
They've gone out over the roof.
I'll cheat you yet!
Darren, you're coming with me. Get me a rope. Come here.
Fagin!
It's got Fagin!
Round the stick.
We've got the boy, sir.
He's come back, sir. I knew he would.